Alright. Hello, everyone. Hello, Matt, Bacon, Philosopher, DF Lou, Knife Kirby, and Matt the FSX guy. Thank you guys for the good luck. Also, thanks for the good luck, Strider, Jiren, and Braxibus. You did indeed do it, Matt. You were indeed first. Also, howdy, Big, and thanks for the good luck, Cloverfield and 64-bit. Hope that everyone is doing well today. Also, thanks for the good luck, Complex Milk. This is the thing you're most proud of in your life. Was being the first to chat on this specific stream. Well, I mean, it's something you can feel proud of, I suppose. Nothing inherently wrong with that. Also, thanks for the good luck, Lenene. Hope that the remote work goes good. Already added to your resume. Excellent. I'm sure that future employers will be very impressed with your dedication, Matt. Yes, the weather in Southern California is what you would expect. It is sunny with a few clouds. At least where I am. Also, thanks for the good luck, the Garbage Ginger and Jamboree TV. Also, thanks for the good luck as well, Cat Cantaloupe. Alright, let us get started. Oh yeah, I have seen the just, like, endless amounts of fog that happen in the Central Valley. I didn't know about that, but that's interesting. So thanks for the good luck graded shtick. I mean, like, we do sometimes get fog, but it pretty much always clears up by, like, 10 or 11 a.m. if we have it. It does not just perpetually stay. That might have been a little too far. Ah. There we go. Worked eventually. Also, thank you very much, Gamecode, for the 72 months of Tier 2. That's a lot of months of Tier 2. Time does indeed fly when you're having fun. And thank you for the good luck. Thanks for the best of luck, Keiru. And thanks for the good luck, Double Brick Ben and Ban Toaster. I see the developments in Skyward Sword's most normal category. I did read some messages, but I don't remember what the specifics were. There was something about the Song of the Hero skip RBM that you could do faster. Hopefully that's good enough. I already hesitated. If I didn't hesitate, I would have continued with that. Also, yeah, 72 months is 6 years, which is a pretty long time for anyone to be subscribed to anything. Also, thanks for the best of luck, Joshi. Thank you for the goat luck as well, Gwei, for Link. Also, thanks for the good luck, Chomps on the Loose. Also, thanks for the good luck, Southpaw. What's my top 5 Zelda games? At least of the 3D ones, it's Wind Waker, Skyward Sword, Tears of the Kingdom, Ocarina of Time, and Twilight Princess, I would say. Oh, come on. Let me through, Epona. Surprised this hasn't worked yet. There we go. Like, that angle and everything looks good. Hey, RNGesus be on my side in today's runs. Hopefully. Bo has been pretty nice to us recently, so hopefully that streak continues. OOT 3D question mark? So at least, like, when people ask me what my... Like, if people ask me to put Zelda games in order of my preference, I don't really, like, include the remakes in that at all. I think the dungeons in Tears of the Kingdom are better than in Breath of the Wild. Yes, I do. Solely for the reason that each dungeon is actually visually distinct in Tears of the Kingdom. Which was not the case in Breath of the Wild. And I cannot do gate clip. At least it keeps taking forever. Will I ever have an alt named Skater86 or Breakdancer86? No. True, the gate is actually kind of doing its job. I'd love it if the gate could not do its job. Really? That was... I think positioning Epona wrong. Oh, I did... Yes. I want to be... Well, actually, no. I forgot that changes. That's probably not right still. This will probably work eventually, but... Yeah. Yeah, slow walking until, like, the A prompt disappears is what I used to do. Like, a really long time ago, but... The exact angle that Link has, I don't think is, like, super precise. Like, the clip can work with a pretty wide variety of angles, but... There we go. And, like, the way that Epona moves, I'm pretty sure can also affect it, since, like, Link is constantly being pushed by Epona's hitbox, but... It's not like Epona is perfectly still while she's not moving, because she's always, like, just in an idling animation. Just on dungeons, you think OOT is best and the second is MM? Eh. I think I definitely hold the opinion that, like, Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword probably have the best dungeons to me. Though I also don't think that there are, like, any dungeons in the Zelda series that are, like, bad at all. Like, the worst dungeons are just kind of like, eh, but I think generally they all have enjoyable qualities. I think about the abilities of the sages on Tears of the Kingdom. The only one I really used with any frequency was, at least casually, was Tulin's, I'm pretty sure. Tulin's was very nice. And was also an ability that was, like, actually integrated well. Whereas using the other abilities required you to At least in the air, it was integrated well, right? Because you just had to essentially press the A button. You think Skyward Sword has the best movement? Eh. What game do I think has the best movement? I don't like how these guys are positioned. Took a while to break that cage. Oh, come on. I keep on doing this on the first one where I go too far right. So I'm trying to avoid pushing him to the right by being too far left. But I fail to do that, too. It's unfortunate. Oh, come on. Really? Again? Ow. Was not very good Boko pushing, unfortunately. Also didn't help that the cage break took longer than what I would have hoped. Unfortunately, that's gonna be a reset. I mean, yeah, break sliding movement is very cool. Unfortunately for, like, RTA Skyward Sword runs, break sliding is not really a general movement option unless we're going through quicksand. So thank you for the good luck, Juniper. I would probably say that Wind Waker HD has the most fun movement because it's all item sliding, and item sliding is fun. At least most of it is item sliding. Some places you can't item slide, but most of the time you are doing some kind of item sliding. And sliding around very fast is generally fun. Nice. Skyward Sword Forest Temple feels like a tutorial. I mean, yeah, generally Skyward Sword is easier than, like, the previous 3D Zelda games, I feel like, as far as, like, dungeon puzzles go. Also, thanks for the good luck, Brandino. How do I feel about the run today? I'm feeling pretty good, I would say. Hopefully this time I won't mess up a lot pushing the Bocos. Also, thanks for the good luck Bloobs, Nintendame, and Carlos Raven. Also, yeah, Wind Waker HD is very different from Wind Waker, as far as speedrunning goes. But I mean, I think that's kind of good, like, that the games are not just the same. It's nice that they each have, like, one main, like, very broken glitch that they both use everywhere. With other glitches, of course, but... strategy becomes very different when your main glitch is storage versus when your main glitch is item sliding. But I mean, like, OOT, 3D and MM are also very different speedruns from their original counterparts. Twilight Princess is honestly the, like, weird one being, like, fairly similar to the original. Except no early Master Sword or Back in Time. Yeah, I was trying to avoid pushing Koblin that far over. I am surprised that did not hit me. Yeah, Wind Waker HD also has the nice feature where you don't have to run full speed to get a full speed roll that's true. That was also why I initially liked Wind Waker HD's movement a lot more, like when the game first came out, even though we didn't have item sliding. Alright, nice. Pretty good first segment. The first Zelda game I played was Twilight Princess for the Wii. And I think it took me like 3 or 4 months to get through it. When I first played it at the age of like 11. Oh, really? Dang. As an unsensitive goat. Excuse me, how did you get all the way over here? Alright, well, that wasn't great, but we'll continue with it. You were just able to get a working Wii and are able to play TP Wii for the first time in years. Ah, nice. Well, I hope you enjoy it again. Yeah, I also remember being confused by Lakebed Temple when I first played Twilight Princess. I'm surprised that didn't work. Also, thanks for the good luck, Wraith. I don't think the postman is there at the beginning of the game. I think he only goes there later. I think, like, very technically, the first Zelda game I played for, like, a couple minutes was Ocarina of Time when I was, like, 4 or 5 years old. I remember being very confused as to why the boulder in Kokiri Forest was moving at like perfect 90-degree angles, or was like shifting momentum at perfect 90-degree angles, and then didn't play again. I talked to Plum before going to the Bokos to get rid of his text, since I find it much easier to get, or not Plum, Trill, but I find it much easier to get Trill to go kill the Boko consistently the first time if I don't have to go through the text right before doing it. So I clear the text first before I push the first Boko there. Thanks for the good luck, Makuya. Water Temple in OOT is the hardest temple of all time. I mean, I distinctly remember having more trouble in Forest Temple and Fire Temple in Ocarina of Time compared to Water Temple. At least when I first played. But I'd also played quite a few Zelda games before I got around to actually playing through Ocarina of Time. Like, I remember I had to look up a guide on how to get the boss key in Fire Temple because I didn't realize that Megaton Hammer could, could, like, hammer away the totems that were blocking the door on the right side at the dungeon entrance. Thanks for the good luck, Blue. You had to look up how the eye thing in Skyview worked. Yeah, that's fair. The only reason I knew how that worked is because, like, by the time that Skyward Sword came out, I had, like, I knew how to use the internet enough to, like, see all of the, like, E3 presentation stuff and, like, demos that had been out for Skyward Sword, so I knew that the solution to the eye puzzle was to rotate the sword around to confuse it, since that's what had been done in all the demos. Also, thanks for the best of luck, Snowy Sparkles. New speedrun strategy. Turn off your timer for most of the run and then turn it on again at the end. Ah, yes. My favorite method of keeping time. Not keeping time. So most of that time loss was just goats not being good, but that's fine. Oh, you didn't know about sharing watch streaks, Crystal? Also, thanks for the good luck soup. Should you eat Taco Bell? I mean, if you're hungry and want to eat Taco Bell, sure, go for it. Oh, you tried shooting the eye with the slingshot. I mean, yeah, that makes sense to try and do. Oh. Really? Dang. Well. So thanks for the good luck GDQ sack. You think it's possibly not a good idea, and it makes you scared. Alright, well then, don't get Taco Bell. So thanks for the good luck, Orange Chef. I've never read the Twilight Princess manga, no. But I have read, I'm pretty sure, all of the other Zelda manga when I was younger. Really? Unfortunate facing angle for that one, Shadow Beast. That tier took its sweet time being collected for some reason. Well, good afternoon, Roan. So, for conventional EMS like you would do in GameCube or Wii, they added extra invisible walls in North Farron Woods, so that if you could super jump with the Shadow Beast, you would just hit the invisible wall and not go out of bounds. They also changed the Shadow Beasts in that fight specifically to not give you the slow attack that is used to do the super jump. So they always do the fast attack. Yeah, there is, like, video footage of people doing it with the fast attack, but, it's, like, incredibly precise to do with the fast attack. Man, there are no rupees here. We do have a way of getting to the Sacred Grove early as Human Link, though, but Human Link can't howl at the Howling Stone that's inside there, so... Yeah, Monkey, I'm right here. So because of that, human can't get past the first wall currently. But if you could get Human Link past that first wall in Sacred Grove, then we would have early Master Sword as human. Which would actually be pretty cool, because it would be different from GameCube and Wii, which would be kind of nice. Well, thanks for the good luck, Trez. Oh my god. Why is equipping items in this game so specific? Also, thanks for the good luck, Kiana. There's no skip to the part with the monkey/fog yet. Pretty much because the only way you'd be able to skip that part is if you could get the Master Sword before finishing Fair and Twilight to warp past it. How do you equip items while rolling every time you bonk? Yeah, it is a little bit tricky and can take some practice, but just knowing when to move your fingers, basically. Ah, yeah, Rupee Slides work on HD. Of course, you don't actually get many Rupee Slides, even if you wanted to, because you only get each Rupee text once in HD. Like, even between save warps, so you only get one for blue, one for yellow, and one for red. And I guess purple, orange, and silver, but usually in places where you would Rupee Slide, you don't have those rupees available. I don't think there's actually a trigger for the monkey cutscene, Trez. I think it's like, if you are... Like, if Link's coordinate position is past a certain line, then the cutscene just automatically triggers. Because even if you enter from the other side of the purple mist map, like, the cutscene just instantly triggers. So, I don't think we're getting past that anytime soon. Well, I guess also you have to have the lantern out, specifically. So, if you could somehow find a way over the fog without using the lantern, I think that would technically work, but, have fun with that. Yeah, at the start of the monkey cutscene, Link gets teleported to a specific spot. Also, thanks for the good luck, Asher. What is my favorite Matlulled memory? I don't know, there have been so many. Probably when I got to see Matt's big manly lawnmower. That has to be my favorite memory. Thanks for the good luck, Ian Portillo. One, two, three. Oh, really? Okay. That was silly. That is not where Ook is. Really? Bro. This is also stupid. I love the camera in this game sometimes. I was supposed to be able to save time here, but... I guess the actual mistake that happened is I rolled into the pillar too early. So the boomerang just went through Ook instead of attacking him. Yeah, like, I definitely should have been able to save time there. Well... If I ever dream of my speedruns? Not that I remember, really. I've had dreams where I glitch hunt and find some cool skip while glitch hunting, and then am sad when I wake up and the thing that I found doesn't actually exist. That's happened a couple times. Thanks for the good luck, D-Game Father and Rinekusu. Also, thanks for the good luck, Fran. Is Zelda the perfect video game franchise for speedrunning? I don't think there's any video game franchise out there that's, like, perfect for speedrunning. Probably is also going to depend on who you ask. Like, I enjoy speedrunning Zelda games, right? But there's usually always at least something about every run, like some part of the run, or like just something about the run where I'm like, I don't really like this specific thing. Like, at least for me, when speedrunning Zelda games, there's no, like, category where, like, everything, or where, like, every single part of the run is really cool and really fun. Unless you're doing, like, an individual level, I guess, but those are very short. Why speedrun Twilight Princess if I prefer Wind Waker? I mean, I've speedrun Wind Waker a lot before also. I'm just not specifically speedrunning Wind Waker right now. Because I enjoy speedrunning all of the 3D Zelda games. This is just the one that I've been speedrunning lately. What's my favorite 3D Zelda boss? I don't know, there are a lot of good ones. I usually just say Blazetta, I think. Because I've been playing a lot of Twilight Princess lately. I don't think I'm going to speedrun Link's crossbow training. Even if Trez does speedrun Twilight Princess again. mean, that's okay, Trez. I'm not gonna speedrun Link's crossbow training. I wouldn't want to torture you like that and make you run Skyward Sword. As much as you don't like Wind Waker, you feel like the final boss with Ganon there is the best boss in the series? I mean, that's fair. Ganondorf in Wind Waker does actually have things to say. The actual gameplay of that fight is fairly simple, but the environment and the build-up is pretty good. The LJA back there was to skip the mailman trigger. So thanks for the good luck, Rhapsody. What do I do for a living? I stream myself speedrunning and post videos to YouTube. And yes, it is enough to make ends meet. And has been for the last, like, 5.5 years. And I like that, because I enjoy doing this. With Ocarina of Time, should you play first N64 or 3DS? I don't really know if it matters which one you play first. Like, I mean, I would say that I think the 3DS version is better, just because of, like, it being more modern, at least feeling slightly more like a modern game, and also visually looking much better. But, like, as far as the actual gameplay goes, each game is basically the same. There were, like, some small changes to a few puzzles, but both are still just Ocarina of Time. Do I have any predictions for Zelda 40th anniversary? I guess my main prediction is that I think there's a pretty good chance we get a remake of some kind this year. If somehow that doesn't happen, at the very least, Twilight Princess will probably come to GameCube NSO. I would imagine. Switch 2. And we'll probably get a trailer for the live-action Zelda movie at some point late in the year. Also, yes, Ocarina of Time 3D does have Master Quest put on it that you can unlock after a regular quest playthrough. I don't know if I would, like, I don't see, like, both Wind Waker HD and TP HD coming to Switch. I know that that's, like, a common thing people want, but I don't know if that's actually realistic. Or at least I don't feel like that's actually realistic, but who knows? Maybe that is what'll happen. I think part of it is that, like, people have been saying that for years, and there have been various rumors in the past that said that was happening, and it has never happened. So... So, good afternoon, Boss Lady Train. Thank you for the good luck. Crossbow Training HD when? See, that's what's really gonna happen. People are gonna be like, oh my god, they're gonna announce Wind Waker and Twilight Princess for the Switch, and they're like, Link's Crossbow Training remake for the Switch. You're all excited, aren't you? What remake what I want? I mean, I'd be down for a remake of anything between Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess. Because Skyward Sword's already on the Switch, so... Like, OOT, Wind Waker, or Twilight Princess, I would all be equally down for. Also, thanks for the good luck, Jody Baloney. And I dedicate my next PB to you. No. Also, thanks for the good luck music boxes. So thanks for the Tier 1 subscription, Jody Baloney. Did you enjoy the content? Thank you for the support. So thanks for the good luck, Lux Lune. So thanks for the good luck, Chris. How the run going? Hello. I would like to side hop. That's a good example of how the run going. Excuse me? Like, what was that? Why are we having so much trouble trying to side hop? Oh my goodness. I want you to side hop again after you get on there. There you go. That's too far right. Oh, that was stupid. Cool. Excuse me. Now, unfortunately, I think we're gonna reset that. A little too far behind. lost like 50 seconds on that segment. We'll just blame Trez. I mean, I guess we can do that. Trez gets blamed for a lot of things, though. I probably could have continued with that, but... I switched the controls because I'm more used to, at least by modern standards, the x-axis for the free cam being inverted. And unfortunately, you can't set your controls before you start the file, so I have to set them during the run. Is that new for HD, or has that been a thing for a bit? Oh, the opponent clip? Yeah, this has been, like, this was known to be possible, like, since the game came out. And it started being used in runs about 5.5 years ago, when early Snow Peak was figured out, because it meant that we could actually skip getting the fishing rod. Has restarting become a way of life for me? I don't know if I would say it's that deep. I just restart if I feel like I've lost too much time. We're at whatever part of the run we're at. Like, if we lose more than 10 seconds to gate clip, I'll reset for that too. Honestly surprised I didn't get hit by the baba there. But we somehow rolled under it successfully. Because, like, ultimately my goal is to try and get a better time, right? And the chances of me being able to get a better time go down if I make big mistakes. And if I feel like the amount of time we lost is too much for where we are in the run, then I deem that it is too unlikely that I will PB. So we restart. Okay. Nice. Oh, come on, camera. One more. Not too bad. Most of the time we lost was just to the gate clip. Oh, this one goat went the wrong direction. Why would he do this? I'm gonna reset that too. Do I ever find I have a countdown going in my head sometimes? I don't think so. Like, I'm not counting down to when I start a run or anything like that, because I just start the timer and, like, start the file at the same time. The Bokos don't attack while we push them because we're essentially too close to them. Their attack range is kind of like a donut around them, and when we push them, we are inside the donut, so they can't attack us. Also, welcome to the stream, Bakawa Beans. Thank you for the good luck. Thanks for the good luck, Radiant Snowfall. Do I like pancakes, and which ones do I like more, the fluffy American or the flat European ones? I mean, I think pancakes are alright. I don't know if I've had European pancakes. I'm not sure which one I would like more. Also, thanks for the good luck, Hoodlum Havoc. Also, thanks, Nims. Glad you enjoyed the content. Where we sometimes go fast. Ah, I see, Cassim. I mean, I would probably like that, yeah. Very wonky push against the wall. I guess we'll continue this, but if goats are even remotely bad, we'll probably reset. Yeah, I mean, Boko pushing, at least, like, for me, is much easier when, like, the free cam is active and the camera is at a consistent angle. Versus, like, if free cam isn't active and the camera angle's constantly changing, it's much harder to achieve. This with this one goat, it's always over here being bad. What is my go-to snack or drink while gaming or streaming? While streaming, I pretty much never eat anything. I only drink water. I also mostly only drink water while, like, gaming that is not streaming. But if I do eat a snack while gaming, it's usually, like, chocolate or some other kind of candy. Too slow on that one. Also, thanks for the good luck, Fulcorn. I always eat milk chocolate, personally. Dark chocolate has always tasted too bitter to me. There we go. Nice. that the only time in the game you can get a get item animation on Epona? No. Whenever you, like, if you boomerang a heart piece and bring it back to yourself while on Epona, you'll get a get item animation for that. New Epona item slide. I think that would just delay giving you the item until, like, the animation of getting off Epona finished. Like, if you got an item while getting off Epona. Oh, nice. We ever break this game? I mean, this game is pretty broken already in a bunch of different ways. There just is not specifically a way to get to Hyrule Castle early, which is why the any percent speedrun is still pretty long. Like, early City in the Sky as a sequence break saves like an hour over not having it as a sequence break. For instance, early Snow Peak also saves like 10 minutes. We don't have early Master Swords, unfortunately. It'd be really nice if we did, but not at the moment. Alright. Also, thanks for the good luck deathline. Oh, I see bloobs. I don't think so. Like, I think Link has to be in his regular idling animation for rupee sliding to work, but I've never tested that idea, so I cannot say for certain. Because I'm pretty sure Epona is not animated while that's happening. So Epona's not moving, and Link is, like, rooted to wherever Epona is, basically. Cool. That guy apparently needed extra motivation. That could have been like an 18 goats, but that one goat decided no. Oh well. Also, hey Circus, thank you for the good luck. Thanks for the good luck as well, Leanne. You had a glitch once where Epona just slid into the floor. Yeah, there's some places that can happen. It's usually pretty precise for that to happen, though, so... What's my record for goat wrangling? My personal best is like a high 16. I don't think I've ever gotten better than like a 16.8 or something. Oh yeah, we actually got that tech skip today for once. Are these splits universal, or did I do them myself? Generally, I think everyone makes their own splits. At least I always make my own splits. Although, usually, runners will have at least, like, some amount of similar splits where, like, they split in the same location. Right, like everyone who plays Twilight Princess splits for Gale Boomerang. But some people will have more or less splits compared to each other. I think I'm generally on the less splits side of things. I should create a Goat's Sploosh Kaboom solver where it writes the optimal path to take on screen. I don't know if I would be able to do that. Thanks for the good luck, Orion. So thanks for the good luck, Dashing Wolf guy. Correct splits are every load screen for the route. That would be a lot of splits. Wow, we're still ahead of PB. So hello, Honor Golden. Yeah, split for every single load and room transition. That doesn't sound like it would get tiring at all. Oh, thank you, Honor Golden. Glad you feel inspired. I hope you enjoy speedrunning it. Curious how old I am. I am currently 27 years old. Oh, really? Back here. But John's are Domino's? In my experience, Domino's has generally been better than Papa John's. I don't tend to eat like delivery pizza very often. Your splits are just Ook, Bo, Yeto, Squidna, end of game, that's it. I mean, that's a bunch of fair places to split, so... Push the monkey slightly too far. Really? Surprised the monkey noticed that he's from that far away. Oh, really? Oh, okay, actually, this isn't too bad. The monkey's gonna keep walking for a bit more. Like, how did the monkey not notice the Baba there? I felt like it got too close. Perhaps I will just never understand this monkey. Really? Ah, well, unfortunately, we did lose quite a bit of time to that monkey. What's my favorite cuisine? I don't know if I have a favorite cuisine. This can probably work. Howard. Thank you for the good luck, Nat. That last wall was probably slower to do. Also getting decently lucky with the rupee RNG. It's a good sign. Like the archipelago setting for this game where you take damage if you bonk. Yeah, taking damage when bonking is a pretty good setting. It didn't quite work when you enabled it before. I know that... I think there are some settings that, like, technically exist for Twilight Princess Archipelago, but aren't, like, actually implemented properly. That might be one of those. Also, I'm doing pretty good net. Hoping to get a good run as usual. Hopefully this time we won't get a 3-cycle ook like we got last time, which was interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? That was weird. I don't know why the quick spin just didn't work. At least it wasn't a 3-cycle. So hello, some Zelda fan plus Point Crow. Very long username. So thanks for the good luck spoof. All normal-sized usernames have been taken. Well, I mean, up to a certain character count, yeah, but I think that character count is only, like, 4, probably. Or at worst, 5. Alright, very nice roll. So thank you very much, Meanderous Shark, for the 5 months of Prime. Thank you very much for the continued support. Hope that the meandering has been going well. Also, thank you very much, Vishira, for the Prime subscription. Glad you're enjoying the content. Thank you for the support as well. Of my attempts to go fast in 3D Zelda games. Do I think Majora's Mask will ever get the full Breath remake it deserves? Maybe on Breath of the Wild engine. I mean, when Majora's Mask gets remade again, it's certainly not going to be using the Breath of the Wild engine, because that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, Majora's Mask is going to use the engine, or something that looks more like the engine it was originally designed on, instead of, the Breath of the Wild engine. So bombs do generally freeze during cutscenes. So that's why we can take them into the second phase here. Or just take the bomblings into the second phase. Their timer also resets when they get caught in the Gale Boomerang, which is how we can keep one of them still active for such a long time. Ah, I see Vishira. Speedruns are definitely a popular thing to fall asleep to. So glad they can help you sleep. I see, Bishara. That makes sense. There are definitely a lot of loud streamers out there. I am definitely not a loud person, though. So... The older you get, the less you like loud streamers. I feel like that also kind of makes sense. If generally, like, you just want things to be quieter as you get older. I know how much time you can save with a frame-perfect rolls from the Lake Hylia chicken house to the horse grass during the Zora armor split. I think if you get perfect rolls all the way there versus, like, I guess perfect rolls with good speed versus perfect rolls with the not good speed is probably, like, maybe 1.5 to 2 seconds or something like that. Darn it. No. Man. Bro, what is the... There we go. Alright, well, that was unfortunate. There goes all the time we were ahead by. And some extra. It did not want to be particularly cooperative, unfortunately. Rare footage of Gate actually working properly. Took us 4 attempts to get in there, or was it 5? I forget exactly how many. It was too many, though. I probably could have gotten that from the lower section. that was weird. I don't usually get pushed into the wall like that by those shadow beasts. Also, thanks for the good luck, Waldo. Alright, well, unfortunately, we lost quite a bit of time on this split. For various things. Losing like 20 seconds here, I think. Which is unfortunate. Pancakes or waffles? I feel like pancakes or waffles probably depends on my mood. Like, right now in this moment, I feel like I would choose waffles, but that's not always the case. Yeah, so far this run's not too bad. I mean, honestly, like, any run, at least for my standards, that gets the Elden Vessel in less than 47 minutes is a good start to the run. Also, thanks for the good luck, and thanks for the good luck as well, Toasty. Okay. Alright, that was pretty quick. Thanks for the good luck as well, Ganny. Enjoyed seeing me on the Zeldathon crew. Yeah, going to Zeldathon was pretty fun. At least I've enjoyed going to Zeldathon all the times that I've gone in the past. And we got to showcase many speedruns at the Zeldathon that just happened. It was also pretty cool. Thanks for the good luck, Fastest. Why does the house just vanish? So, the house vanishes because, really? Darn it. Yeah. Well, that was a dumb case of snapback there, causing Wolflink to do a skid. Otherwise, that would have been like a really solid Elden Twilight, but then we missed the vent cycle. But basically, the house not being broken down shares the same flag as the bug that walks into the house being dead. So when the bug dies, instead of going into the house like it's supposed to, the flag for the bug being killed gets set, and that the house then immediately updates because it's like, oh, that flag was set, so I'm going to now update to be the broken version of the house, basically. Well, no, so as far as snapback goes, these specific pair of sticks that I'm using are the first sticks that I've ever had snapback issues with. The previous sets of sticks that I've used, or that I've put into this gamepad, had no snapback issues at all. I think a lot of people were too critical of Tears of the Kingdom. I don't think I would say people were too critical of Tears of the Kingdom, no. Like, there were quite a lot of people praising Tears of the Kingdom. And it sold very well, so I don't think people were too critical of it. Guess we didn't have any card rocks following us that time. That long jump attack that we did was to skip a mailman trigger. I put Tears of the Kingdom above any of the classic 3D games? Yeah, I mean, the only, like, traditional 3D Zelda games I don't put it above are, Wind Waker and Skyward Sword. Wrong muscle memory. Dang, if we'd gotten the... no, we probably still wouldn't have gotten the best, even with the good vent cycle. A little more dungeon-focused Zelda again. Yeah. I think, like, the way that I would kind of describe it is that, and it might just be, like, because of how, like, the environment is kind of made, but, I want the dungeons in a Zelda game to kind of feel like they sprawl. In a sense, like, I want them to feel like big, giant, sprawling structures, right? But in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, they don't really feel like that, because you can kind of just... You can usually just kind of seed everywhere in the whole dungeon all at once, from the start. So there's not really much mystery as to, like, what's going to happen next in the dungeon, in a sense. Is, like, the best way that I can think of to describe it. Now, I think the exception to that is that, like, Hyrule Castle in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom feels like it's sprawling, right? Like, Hyrule Castle is what I wanted the dungeons in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom to feel like. Because, like, while you can see, like, the outside structure of Hyrule Castle, there's a very big sprawling inside that you do not see just by looking at the outside. Like, there's still a sense of mystery as to where this can go. Even though, like, you can go anywhere in Hyrule Castle whenever you want, right? Hello, Moogle Knight. The run is not too bad. The only segment that had some significant mistakes was Elden Vessel, but... That's true. Like, Hyrule Castle in Breath of the Wild wasn't, like, it didn't have dungeon content in it, but it had, like, the environmental feel to what I wanted a dungeon to be in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, right? I would say it's a bit less so in Tears of the Kingdom because, like, Hyrule Castle and Tears of the Kingdom, like, got kind of split off, right? Because there's the portion that's up in the sky, but then some of it is still, like, left down below. Yeah, the dungeons in Breath of the Wild also, all visually looking the same, definitely is like a negative to me also. Because then to some degree they also just all feel the same if they all visually look the same. It makes them hard to distinguish from one another visually. Even if, like, you know, the outside structure is very different for each of them. And yeah, the fact that all shrines also looked the same does not help with that. Like, I feel like you could have at least, or like, Nintendo could have at least, like, made the shrines in each, different, like, map sector have, like, a different look or feel to them, right? But no, they kind of just all look blue. Get down here. Well, that bug was, not quite in a great position. Oh, well, yeah, sure. At least to me, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are still very fun games. But these are just, like, some of the criticisms that we have for them. Okay. Worried that was going to be too low. Like, at least the like, shrines all having the same visual style, as well as the dungeons all having the same visual style in Breath of the Wild, to some degree makes it feel like I'm not actually... It doesn't feel like I'm actually going somewhere new, because everything looks the same. Even though, obviously, you know, every shrine is a different puzzle. It doesn't feel as new as it would be if there were, like, some sort of diversity in the aesthetics and visuals. Oh, come on. Really? I didn't get a side roll? Great Bay Temple takes longer casually than all the dungeons of Breath of the Wild combined. Ah. Yeah, I could see that. I don't remember how long Great Bay took me casually. But I was also significantly younger when I played Majora's Mask for the first time compared to when I played Breath of the Wild for the first time. Also, thanks for the good luck, Rosalie. Status. This run is kinda okay. Really? Come on. Wow. I am confused. I feel like that should have been fine. Well, that's unfortunate. That's another 20 seconds gone. I know anyone that can convert your Katsu board on your DS to USB-C. I do not, unfortunately. I know that, I think a while ago, Ben went into, like, the Katsu Discord when it was still around and asked if it was possible to do something like that, and then got banned from it. So... at least that's what he said. That's how he retells it. So you might have to research yourself how to do that. Oh, yeah, I could see the camel from Breath of the Wild giving people motion sickness. There's a speedrun that also does the Cave of Ordeals, and do I ever run it? The only full game category that does Cave of Ordeals is 100%, which I did run for a while, but haven't run in like a year or so. And probably won't run unless some more time saves are found. Or if specifically a way to consistently do ISA 1 skip is figured out, because ISA 1 skip killed quite a lot of my runs for 100%, and we don't understand when it works or when it doesn't work. Oh yeah, no worry, Day Dawns. I have been meaning to set up Nightbot for the YouTube chat, but have been lazy and haven't gotten around to it yet. Though I probably wouldn't have a run status command. out a run status command to give a response based on current pace in live split. I feel like at that point it would be easier to just make a new live split component that displayed what the run status was. Oh, I guess if, like, some people are on mobile, it might be a little too hard to read, potentially. Yes, Epona, we can keep going. Yeah, the camel was also the first divine beast I did in Breath of the Wild, and I thought it was, like, pretty cool for a first dungeon. I was like, wow, the way that we get into this dungeon and, like, the dungeon itself are pretty cool. I can't wait to see what other unique things the other dungeons do. And then the other dungeons were kind of just the same thing. And I was like, oh, well. This is unfortunate. Thank you, Bo, for doing nothing. Unfortunate. Okay, well, not the worst outcome, but still losing a little bit of time. So the Epona slide before Bo is done because the cutscene of Link approaching Bo outside is faster if he's not on Epona. And we also have to equip Zora armor at some point, so I use the pause to equip Zora armor as a way of being able to buffer in an Epona slide. Yeah, generally between, like, Gale Boomerang and entering Lakebed Temple, or even, like, all the way up to Clawshot is generally where, like, my PB does very well, and where I don't usually save very much time over it, if any at all. Because it's like, on Forest Temple, my PB has a best. Elden Vessel, I lose, like, 0.2 seconds over my best. Linear Vessel, I lose 7 seconds over my best. For Linear Twilight, I lose like 2 seconds over my best. For Zora Armor, I lose 3 seconds over my best. For Bow, I lose like 3 seconds over my best. And then for Clawshot, I lose 5, and the rest of Lakebed, I lose like 7. Nice rare shoe jelly. Too bad we don't have a bottle. Because, yeah, like, within the first 2 hours of the run, the only segment that I lost more than 10 seconds on compared to my PB was Gale Boomerang, where I lost about 20 seconds compared to my best. But every other segment, aside from that one, is less than 10 seconds off of best for the first 2 hours. Having PB within 6 minutes of some of best in a 4-hour run is pretty insane overall. I would say it probably depends on the game. Like, generally Skyward Sword is a game where, like, you can be closer to your sum of best over the course of a run compared to a game like Twilight Princess or Wind Waker. Like, the reason I'm still, or like, one way to frame why I'm still going for a PB is because I think that it is pretty reasonable to eventually, like, achieve a run where I only lose 1 minute to my best per hour of gameplay. So in this case, that would be like losing about 4 minutes to my sum of best over the course of the run, which would result in about 347, right? I do think that that is reasonably doable for me. So thanks for the good luck, Genry. Or Genry. Added an extra E in there. Oh, there was still one over here? Really? That was dumb. A great way to lose a couple seconds. My least favorite Zelda game? Of the 3D Zeldas, it's Majora's Mask. Do I have an order in which I want to tackle speed games? I generally have a rough idea about what I want to do next. Like, most likely next, I'll probably do Skyward Sword for the Wii. But I don't actually make that decision until I'm finished speedrunning the current game. But, like, another possibility is also, like, Ocarina of Time 3D. thanks to the new Door of Time skip that was figured out. Also, yes, we did indeed get the letter K, because we wanted to open up that chest. It's unfortunate that chest didn't have rupees in it. I think in the original game it has like a red rupee or something. So thanks for the good luck, Dinosaur and Idrisil. Thank you very much, Idrisil, for the 5 gift subs to chat. It is very generous of you, so thank you very much. And congrats to everyone who got a gift subscription. Thank you, Idrisil, for the support. We attempt to go fast in 3D Zelda games. Also, thanks for the good luck, KitKat. Hyrule has great irrigation to get rid of all that rainwater in an instant. I mean, yeah, these sewers are pretty big, so they could probably fit a lot of water down here. Also, thanks for the good luck, Miguel. What was that weird camera? This isn't Outer Wilds. This is true. This is not Outer Wilds. If Hyrule wasn't riddled with enemies, would I live in Castletown? Probably not. Oh, darn it, I messed up the dash cancel. I shouldn't go for this, even though I really want to. It probably could have worked. I don't know for sure. I don't think I want to live in Castletown because I don't want to give up modern comforts. I would rather live in the modern age than live in some sort of medieval times age. Exactly. They don't have Wi-Fi. How am I supposed to stream from Castletown if there's no Wi-Fi? Just invent it? Oh, I see. We're on technological hard mode. Howard. There's no Starbucks either. Well, I don't drink coffee, so there not being Starbucks isn't an issue. At least for me personally. I think they have lemonade in Hyrule? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't actually know. I don't think I've ever had an urge to drink the Zelda potions, no. So thank you very much, Luna the Wolf, for the 3 months at Tier 1. Thank you very much for the good luck, and congrats on Yellow Badge. Do appreciate the continued support. Darn it, I didn't go down. Just hanging on the ledge. We got some rupees during that, which is nice. If I saw Link at a GDQ event, what would I say to him? I don't know if I would say anything to him, because he probably wouldn't say anything back. Probably just smile slightly and nod, regardless of what I said. If I had to live in the world of one of the Zelda games, which would I pick? I mean, yeah, probably Skyward Sword, because things on Skyloft are pretty much always peaceful. Or Skyloft wouldn't be too bad of a place to live. Would I ask Link for an autograph? Probably not. I've personally never seen the appeal of, like, getting someone's autograph. Yeah, people have occasionally asked for my autograph at, like, GDQs and whatnot. Or will, like, ask me to sign something. Like, I've signed people's controllers or consoles before. Alright, let's see if the Wolfos can give us some good jump distance. It's a little far forward. Really? That is not a good jump distance. Are you serious? Come on. Nice RNG. Well. Lost some time to it taking 3 attempts to get a wolf, but I will take it. Even if it means we're still losing time. I don't think universal map delay exists in this version of Twilight Princess. I guess I've never specifically tried it, but map glitch doesn't exist, so doing universal map delay wouldn't achieve anything. Here, since we do have map warping. would I say to Yedo if I saw him at the GDQ event? I would probably say hello and ask if he could hug me. Though Yedo would also probably be very warm at a GDQ event, considering how much fur he has. Well, I don't think Yedo would do well in, like, environments that most humans live in. Yedo seems like he's very tuned for the cold climates. Okay, we didn't get the red rupee, so that kind of sucks. Dang, we could have actually had up to 270 rupees right now. You're imagining a Yedo plowing through a crowd out of excitement for seeing his favorite streamer in GDQ. I suppose Yedo could do something like that. Didn't think I was still holding the control stick, but okay. There technically is a way to make TASes for TPHD, but it's not as good as, like, tassing on an actual emulator, because it's not emulator tassing. Also, nice job, Freezer, just shooting ice straight out. My favorite Twilight Princess dungeon is Snow Peak Ruins, which we are in right now. Alright. Pretty good segment aside from it taking 2 wolves to... I guess the third wolf to finally run at me and not jump to the right for early Snow Peak. Well, I guess the actual answer to the tassing question is no, because there is a way to tass this game, technically, but I am not currently tassing it, and do not have plans to tass it anytime soon. rupees. The blue. Unfortunately, it looks like we'll still be getting the purple. Man, if I hadn't missed that red rupee in the middle of snowboarding, then I would be able to skip getting the purple. Also, thanks for the good luck whooper. No, that was kind of dumb. Bro. Well, that was slow. I just needed to wait a little longer to throw the ball and chain, and everything would have been fine. Seriously? Bruh. I disagree with this. Well, that sucks. At least we got to hear the cool part of the music. Yeah, no, I think the ball and chain throw was too off-center there. Unfortunately. Look into eyes of Yeto. Their true beauty. Who need mirror? So, hello, haha. Welcome to a run where I got scammed on the Blizzetta 1 cycle. So Link did a flip in the middle of that cutscene because I held the inputs for a backflip, and between the two parts of that cutscene, there is one frame where you can control Link. So, thanks to input buffering in HD, if we hold the buttons for a backflip, we'll just get a backflip. But for some reason it goes forward, so it's a gainer. I'm not really sure how that works. So thanks for the good luck, Basil. Have fun with food. I cannot do a gainer now. Oh yeah, I can do a backflip on a trampoline. I couldn't do a standing one, though. Ah yes, backflips do become a part of gymnastics when you get to a high enough level. Which is typically pretty early on. Why do I never do gymnastics on stream? Because that's not really what my content brand is. I also don't really feel like doing gymnastics, so... Alright, Ram Jam, we'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Why does Undead Link speak in complete sentences? I guess because he can. You can speak in complete sentences to communicate with someone. Why not do so, I guess? Oh, come on. Seriously? That's stupid. Well, I don't know about this run anymore. The shield bash is not required for beating the game, but we get it because we use it for the setup to do Pogate skip in Arbiter's Grounds. And Pogate skip on its own saves about 4.5 minutes. And it only takes 2 minutes to go get shield bash, so if we do Pogate skip well, we still save 2.5 minutes over not doing it at all. Watching this while hitting the gym. Well, I hope that the gym is going well. Please do not try to hit me. So it is technically possible to do it without shield bash, but the reason isn't like the reason we get shield bash is not just because we don't have notches, but it's also because like the position that like you can't do the exact same setup that you do on GameCube or Wii because of like collision detection differences in HD. You can't transform into Wolf Link from like full height up on the ground into the quicksand. Like, even if you hold perfectly straight forward, you still just kind of fall into... Like, you'll still always drown in the quicksand pretty much every time. There were, like, 2 cases when I was testing where I did somehow make it all the way across the quicksand with holding perfectly straight forward, but I don't know what was different about those times. Also, thanks for the good luck, apes. Repeated jump slashing doesn't work because Link sinks too far into the quicksand to be able to do repeated jump slashing. Really? Bro. I knew I should have gone to the other side and took him back in. Come on. Okay. Well, at least Pogate skip generally went well. Come on. Well, even if it was possible to somehow consistently make it all the way across the quicksand if you're holding straight up, the issue would then become being able to hold straight up is already not really possible to do. Like, even if you hold perfectly straight up with an input viewer, Link doesn't always move perfectly straight up. It's kind of weird. At least with the Wii U gamepad. Like, the holding perfectly straight up is only something that I was able to do on emulator. I've never been able to, like, hold perfectly straight up and cross the quicksand on console, like, ever. Even using an input viewer to see that I am holding perfectly straight up. Because game is weird. Really? Cool. Saved 5 seconds. Well, as far as holding forward goes, that was tested with an input viewer that was showing, like, precise stick values, at least as far as I could tell. I don't understand how that rolls there sometimes. Well, that doesn't really happen in this game, Geesh. At least I don't think it does. Like, trying to reset the control stick positions to be, like, something other than neutral, I don't think really works. So thanks for the good luck, D3. At least it hasn't worked when I've tried it in the past, I remember. Unless I was just doing something wrong. Interesting second cycle. Whoa. Alright, not the greatest first phase. I mean, yeah, PB is still technically possible, but it's gonna be much harder to try and achieve. Thanks for the good luck, Endymius. Enough. However, yeah, we grabbed the heart containers because specifically in like a Palace of Twilight and Temple of Time, it's possible to just end up taking a lot of damage, and we don't want to risk potentially dying in either of those dungeons, because that would be very slow, so I at least pick up the heart containers. In some of the dungeons. Really? Really? Come on. Nice. At least getting hit by that Bulblin didn't waste any time. So we had to wait for the magnets anyway. I do plan on going to SGDQ, yes. The attack on the second switch didn't do anything because we had already begun pressing down the switch and were technically in a cutscene, and Link generally can't, like, get hit while he's in a cutscene, with certain specific exceptions, like Yeto knocking him over. I was not in the correct position. Yeah, Yeto knocking Link over is just a regular animation of Link getting hit. Doesn't actually do any damage, but, like, it's just the animation of Link getting knocked forward when taking damage. Oh. No, if you go through the game normally, you don't have the ability to transform in Goron Mines. Well, so just because I'm going to SGDQ, or have plans to go, doesn't mean that I'll specifically be running anything. Because, especially since SGDQ game submissions have not opened up yet. I probably won't open up for at least, like, another month or so. But generally, my plan is to attend, like, all AGDQs and SGDQs if possible, even if I'm not running anything. Oh yeah, I mean, I always submit things for GDQ. Oh, come on. Get rid of the Iron Boots. Well, yeah, SGDQ, for the past, like, 10 years has always taken place in Minneapolis, and next AGDQ will be taking place in Atlanta, Georgia. 2027. I mean, I think GDQ wants to hold a GDQ at, like, a consistent location going forward, but, like, various things have kind of just prevented that from happening over the past, like, 15 years. Because, like, the first thing that made them move from the hotel that they originally started at was just that the event got too big for that hotel. So they had to try to go around to, like, different places. And then obviously, like, the pandemic happened, which meant that they were online for a few years. After which point, the best that they were able to do was the Pittsburgh location for 3 years, and now we're going to Atlanta. That's way too far. What the heck? AGDQ stands for Awesome Games Done Quick. Why did I transform here? I literally never do that. Apparently making it harder for myself to PB by doing things that I've never done before. The only concern for Atlanta is you hope there are adequate food options. I mean, I would assume with it being a big city, there will be adequate food options, but... I don't know. I've never been there, so I can't speak for it. Well, so SGDQ stands for Summer Games Done Quick. Because it happens during the summer. The reason AGDQ is called Awesome Games Done Quick is because... So the very first GDQ event that happened was called Classic Games Done Quick, and it was only NES and SNES games, and it was run in, like, 2010. And then the second GDQ event that happened was called Awesome Games Done Quick, which was not, was not, like, only NES and SNES games. And then, so that event happened in the winter of 2011. And then, I don't think there was an SGDQ in 2011, but then they had Awesome Games Done Quick again in 2012. And then they had Summer Games Done Quick, was their summer event that they started in 2012. So thanks for the good luck unlimited, puh. Well, yeah, that's definitely a thing to be considerate about, Snowy Sparkles, and I'm sure that, like, the organizers are keeping tabs on everything that they can with regards to that. Unfortunately, like, moving the event location is not a possibility, at least, like, right now, because contracts that GDQ makes, like, with the hotels that the events are at have to be planned out years in advance, so it's not like they could just switch up where it is for this upcoming event this summer, or even probably the one next summer, even, I would imagine. So, worst case scenario, it would end up going online instead of being in person. Oh, come on. Well... Could have been closer, I guess. Ugh. Getting harder to PB by the segment. Ah, yes, I did like Link Between Worlds. Really? Do game devs or publishers ever make it difficult to have a game shown? I don't think GDQ specifically has ever had any difficulty in, like, showing off speedruns of games. Like, at least as far as I'm aware, there's never been a situation where a publisher was like, no, GDQ can't show off our game or anything like that. Wasn't there a game where they couldn't use the audio for it? Well, I think audio is usually something separate. What? Hello? That's not what I said to do. But, like, if a game uses licensed audio, that might end up being a potential issue. But that still wouldn't be a case of, like, the developer saying specifically the audio can't be shown or something like that, or the audio can't be played. Well, no, as far as I'm aware, Nintendo has never, at least not directly, contacted GDQ to say you can't show our games. So I think there was some issue that RTA in Japan ran into with Nintendo games, because RTA in Japan is based in Japan, and the rules are much stricter over what you can potentially do with streaming Nintendo's games in Japan, unfortunately. Is that why it's called RTA in Japan? It's a theory. I don't know if it's ever been confirmed, though. Another case of snapback. Ow, I can't get that heart. Darn it. At what point does the run too far gone to PB? The moment that best possible time goes above my PB is when we probably can't PB anymore. Kind of surprised that worked. That was going to be too far down. Thought I would lose a few more seconds there, but I guess Argarok screamed at me relatively quickly. Alright, good start. Hopefully this works. Alright, nice. I think for some reason Wolflink, like, turns left in between those cutscenes there. I don't feel like makes any sense, but I think it's what's happening. Which is why coming from the right side never... We're just holding the A button, because he then turns left and is not facing the chest anymore. Really? That doesn't usually happen. Alright, hopefully Stupid Room goes well. Generally, Stupid Room hasn't actually been an issue, but it will always be Stupid Room. Ow, help. Bit of a slow Stupid Room because the head didn't spawn in a great spot. Oh, come on. Darn it. That was stupid. I don't know why I, specifically in the Phantom Xant fights, am having trouble quick spinning. Oh, I also should have realized when that quick spin didn't work that I shouldn't have tried the next one. Oh, well. Okay, that's also strange. The input display is a homebrew application that you run on your Wii U. And then you can connect a program to it so that they can communicate over, really? For your local network connection. Fortunately, we're losing like 30 seconds here because of that Phantom Xant fight and a bunch of other assorted mistakes. 30 seconds, I mean 30 seconds over best. Yeah, I mean, I guess PB is still possible. Need to play very well for the rest of the run, though, and get good Zelda RNG. Huh? We are not in the fog. I am confused. Oh, hit the orb. I don't have a specific goal time now. But yeah, for viewing the Wii U gamepad inputs, I don't know if the program's linked anywhere except for the Twilight Princess speedrunning Discord. But I don't think the source code, the source code for it is public. It also, unfortunately, requires, like, old Wii U homebrew environments, the tiramisu environment. There is one that does work for the Aroma environment, but that one specifically doesn't work with Twilight Princess HD for some reason. Because TPHD has to be special, I guess. Oh, what? Thank you very much, Storm Mystic, for the 52 months of Tier 1. Unfortunately, this run is not great right now. I botched a couple things on this segment and the last one. And a bunch of previous segments. Darn it. I wanted to get him there. Need to understand better what causes there to be enough time for that or not. That we can hit that Zant head immediately after we, like, get down over there. So Temple of Time after Palace isn't necessarily faster. Like, you could do Temple of Time before Palace, and it would pretty much be the same speed. The only very minor difference is that if you do Palace first, you have the Master Sword with Light, which means you can do a single slash to get rid of Shadow Beasts, which can potentially help for the Sacred Grove Shadow Beast fight. If you do the fight correctly, though, it doesn't actually make a difference, because you're always doing quick spins anyway, but if for some reason that messes up and you need to just get rid of one of them, you can do so slightly quicker with a regular slash instead of a spin attack. So it's like the minorest of minor possible time saves that you could have. Really? That was late? Oh. Not like we were... Not like we had a huge chance of PBing anyway. I've, like, completely lost the feeling for the Goron, the Goron Phase 1 cycle. Really? And how was that bonk too early? We physically saw him spawn, and then Link bonked the pillar, but it was still too early. on. Unfortunately, that was not a good palace. But I suppose we should finish the run regardless. Alright, well, Golden Cuckoo skip went well. I like or dislike the fact that the length of the run limits how many runs or attempts I can do and makes it kind of prohibitive to reset. I wouldn't say that the length of the run... I mean, obviously it does matter in that regard, but I don't usually like or dislike that necessarily. Oops. Because, like, in theory, I could do another attempt after this if I really wanted to, right? But I probably would not play any better if I did an attempt after this, because I've already been playing for, like, almost 5 hours. And also, I am hungry and want food. Why did he roll? Held sideways. I planning to eat after the stream? I don't know. I will decide when I walk into the kitchen, probably. Oh, come on. Climb up the block. I'm surprised that was so close to best. Whether or not I complete, like, a full run in a stream kind of depends on the length of the run. For a run this long, I'd pretty much never complete 2 runs in a single stream. Because that would mean that I'm streaming for like 8 hours, which usually doesn't happen. Also, come on. Usually it's either the initial run finishes, or like we do some attempts, and then whatever my last attempt is finishes, if it gets far enough. But like, if this run were to have died to Pogate skip, then I wouldn't have completed it. Yeah, being able to just straight up roll up stairs is an interesting ability to have. Had quite a few bonks today that I that I didn't think would happen. Hooray, Link didn't knock an arrow and shoot the enemy that was behind him. Fortunate timing with that one attack. Which bottle item tastes best? Probably whatever the best soup in Snow Peak is, I imagine. The blue potion looks really good, though. I don't think there's a... At least not in this game, I don't think there's a blue potion. Oh no, there is blue chew. I'm misremembering. But yeah, probably the superb soup. So thanks for the good luck, Arsonist. Really be great if I could see here. No, I didn't want to pick up the pot. Let me up. The air potion from Skyward Sword looks amazing. I don't know if I've ever thought that blue drinks look tasty. Or that, like, drinks look tasty just because they're colored a certain way. Oh yeah, I think you can also just buy blue potion in this game. I don't think the jump attack specifically forces the Dark Nut to like dash. I think that Dark Nut specifically kind of just dashes regardless. Come on. Really? Bro. Please. What? Why did it throw over there? Oh, come on. So hello, Nuna Kebabway. How do I feel about these single dungeon items? I mean, the spinner and the ball and chain, I think, are both fun, even outside of their respective dungeons. Even if they don't have, a whole lot of dedicated uses. The Dominion Rod definitely is, like, pretty meh, in my opinion. Just overall as an item. It's fun in the Armagoma fight because you get to go big smashy smash, and that's about the only place that it's, like, really fun, at least to me. No, I don't think it's lazy game design, because, like, I think the dungeons themselves are, like, very well constructed around the item. It's just, like, the overworld is kind of an afterthought with regards to the item. But, like, the Ball and Chain is still very useful in, like, combat and stuff, because it can do a lot of damage to some enemies. Oh, come on. Really? Bro. Oh. Not near where the spiders actually were. Oh, come on. You also need the Dominion Rod to complete Cave of Ordeals. But aside from the owl statues and the Cave of Ordeals, I don't think there's really much use for the Dominion Rod, yeah. No, the Cave of Ordeals does not count as a dungeon. If we had to do Cave of Ordeals, this run would be much longer. Not just because, like, it takes time to go through Cave of Ordeals, but because we'd then have to go through part of the quest to unlock the hidden village, because that's how we get the statue. Or, not the statue, the part of the bridge that's in the desert out of the way so we can get into Cave of Ordeals. Oh yeah, well, wait, no. No, because the Dominion Rod, or the owl statues themselves only lock, one chest, or not one chest, but like, one Poe, and then one chest associated with each owl statue. So I don't think there are any golden bugs locked behind Dominion Rod use. Because all of the golden bugs you can get with either no items for some of them, or you need either Gale Boomerang or Claw Shot to get the rest of them that are like up in high places. No, so the owls that are in the past in there that you can use the Dominion Rod on lock. Also, why am I going this way? Lock a chest and a Poe soul. There is a golden bug there, but it's not blocked by the owl statues. It's just kind of sitting on a wall near the owl statue. Oh, okay. Nice. Interesting place to get stuck there. Are you talking about the Gloom Nuna Kababwe? Or the Blight? I don't think any of the past Zelda games have anything like Gloom or Blight. At least as far as I'm aware, or can think of off the top of my head. Ow. Darn it. Ow. Ow. This is unfortunate. That's what happens when you weirdly end up behind King Bulblin somehow. That's what should have happened. The chances of me PBing if I hadn't died there were extremely small, so we probably would not have PB'd, no. I would have had to have somehow still saved like 14 seconds over my best for the last 2 segments, which probably was not going to happen. Oh, darn it. Bro. What is my first, or one of my first memories of Twilight Princess? I mean, I guess presumably watching my sister play it, since she was the one who actually got the game to play. I didn't transform into Wolflink there. Also, thanks for the good luck, Silver Skinner and Puffle My Jiggles. This run is not great, unfortunately. sometimes think Twilight Princess is the perfect Zelda game. I mean, yeah, it's a very good Zelda game. Granted, all Zelda games are very good, and if it's like an aesthetic that you like and also just you think is very fun, then I could see thinking that it's perfect. You both thought the Wii was overheating and breaking the game when you got to Arbiter's Grounds. Ah, I see. Link to the Past was your first Zelda. Do you have certified UNC status? I mean, like, someone could have played Link to the Past as their first Zelda last year. I suppose the time that you played Link to the Past as your first Zelda probably matters to some degree. Pretty good Puppet Zelda so far. Find me just doing some brake sliding. Not a very good brake slide, but... Ow, darn it. That could have been a really fast Puppet Zelda. Oh, never mind. 9-cycle Puppet Zelda. 10-cycle Puppet Zelda. Oh, man. She was doing so well, and then the energy ball just doesn't exist. Ah, the energy ball really doesn't exist. 11-cycle Puppet Zelda. Okay. 11-cycle Puppet Zelda. Thank you, Puppet Zelda. You're just now playing Breath of the Wild for the first time? That's impressive. Actually, I guess if you never had a Switch, it kind of makes sense. Your brother-in-law gave you his old Switch for Christmas? Yeah, that makes sense. Let's have a good horseback Ganondorf. I don't like this direction, usually. That's why. Yes. We have Finishing Blow because, at least now with Pogate Skip, if you don't have Finishing Blow, you can't do Pogate Skip. And also in TPHD, because of not having early Master Sword, it's... like, you have to go pretty explicitly out of your way to skip getting Ending Blow. It is just kind of on the path for us in this route. Really? Come on. Must have been too early. There we go. Wow, we saved 15 or 14 seconds over PB. At least on that last split. We didn't actually PB. Interesting completed runs to attempted runs count, though. 43 over 334. Also, thank you very much, Joshi, for the 50 bits, and Stavros for the 25 bits. And thank you, everyone else, for the GGs. We have another 351. Where... yeah, we just kind of kept losing time. I guess, like, Goron Mines and City in the Sky weren't that bad, but... I guess ultimately Arbiter's Grounds wasn't terrible either. But, like, the second half of Snow Peak and entering Arbiters were pretty bad. Zora Armor wasn't great. And then Palace of Twilight and Hyrule Castle weren't great. But we will try again on Wednesday. Hopefully we can get, like, another run that has this nice of a start through Forest Temple. And then just, like, not make dumb mistakes. So, that will be the plan for Wednesday. So thank you guys all for watching today. Tomorrow is Tuesday, so there will be no stream tomorrow, but, yeah. More on Wednesday, so I will see you guys all later. Goodbye. Have a nice day.
crystal again. We'll have gateway there. Beautiful gateway doomed space. Hot for we powers?